Hello everyone, live again. Time for day 3 of this ferry flight to New York. So today we are going from Keflavik to Narrasuk in Greenland. Another fairly long flight. Today though, we're going to be hopefully well above most of the worst weather. Going up to about 18,000 feet ideally for the cruise today. So again, real life here, we need oxygen. We have oxygen on board here. You'd have to wear essentially like a mask in real life. So first things first is to go through the briefing paperwork. So I will just bring that up here. There we go. So we've got our briefing pack, again all provided by AutoRouter. Try and zoom that in a little bit. So here we've got our departure, which is Keflavik, our destination Narsarsuaq, I don't know. DA62, our routing. Our routing today is a lot of just coordinates rather than specific waypoints. So it'll be quite interesting to see how Flight Sim deals with that. We've got a flight time of 3 hours 49. This has got us at flight level 200. I think flight level 180 is actually going to be a little bit quicker for us. Trip fuel 46.1. We've got full tanks. We've got 86 gallons on board. Got our flight data here. Flight log just to go through as we're flying. Just keep at each waypoint, see how much fuel we need. Going down through the weather. Fortunately, these charts don't actually show much of what we need. Where are we? We're over here, going to here. We've got one little front we're going to be passing. Just in there. Sorry, there we go. One little front we're just going to pass. Shouldn't cause us too much of an issue. It doesn't actually look like too bad a day today. Nothing particularly in the way of significant weather. We're going to be missing most of it. Might just catch this bit here. This is valid. It's not valid till 6 UTC, so we've got a long time. We should be past this, assuming it doesn't come in early. It's only up to flight level 140 though, so we're going to be well above that. So the biggest one for us today is going to be the Grommet. So again, this kind of goes with what we've said. We've got climbing up to flight level 180. Following this route along here and then back down over into Narrasuk. Missing most of the weather. Should have a nice clear patch for most of the flight. Might get a bit of cloud at the start, and we might catch a little bit of icing on the climb up. But hopefully we'll be out of that icing in no time. Other than that, that's really all we need to go through. Obviously we would go through the NOTAMs and stuff like that, but again they don't really apply to a simulator. So switch back to the flight sim now. We'll get this set up, we'll get going, because we don't have much daylight today. Fortunately, the sun doesn't come up until about now, and it goes down in a few hours, so it's going to be sort of like this sort of light for pretty much all of the day. So pre-flight checks complete, baggage and tow bar secured, aux pumps are off, fuel is on, guards are closed. Power levers are idle, parking brake is set, alternate air is closed, gear extension handle is down, gear selector's down, pitot heat's off, avionic masters off, electronic masters off, fuel pumps are both off, engine masters are off, alternate static is closed, alternators are both on, photo switches to auto we can't do, anti-ice is off. Light switches are all off, circuit breakers are all in, ELT is armed, and flap selector is actually not up. So we'll bring that up now. Won't bring them up because they're electronic, but the flap selector itself is up. Electric master on. Flaps will start coming up now. Rudder pedals are adjusted. Flight controls, full forward, full back, full left, full right, full left, centre, full right, centre. Okay, you want to check the flaps, make sure they go up and down. So all the way down. And all the way back up again. Lovely. Trims are checked. We can go back. We can go forward. Get it to neutral. Gear warning, lights and fire detector test. We can't do that. It's just that little button down here. Let's acknowledge that. So, icing annunciations and lights, they're checked. It should have a little warning go up in here, but we don't have that. G1000's powered and acknowledged. MFD, can't set to fuel. Fuel quantity we've checked is full. Other than that, really, next thing for us is going to be the power levers. Turn is on idle, turn the strobe on, and get the engine started. So we'll start with the left engine. Glow plugs are on. Glow plugs have gone out. Make sure that's set. Right, left engine started, oil pressure has increased, oil temperatures increasing, coolant temperatures increasing. Just a warning, which is just telling us pitot heat's off. Okay, same for the right engine. Glow plug goes on, wait for the glow light to go out. Goes out, start the engine. Oil pressure's increasing, temperature's increasing. Idle is stabilising. Lovely. That's all set and that's working. Okay, so after engine start, all pressure's checked. RPM is within 710 plus or minus 30. Pitot heat on, make sure the annunciation goes off. Turn it back on, annunciation comes back on. Avionics master can go on. Weather radar, if installed, can also go on. Well, it's armed anyway. We'll turn it on once we're in the air. Gives us a good view of the ground to taxi. So, the flight plan. First thing first, we need to get the weather. If it's going to give us any sort of option here. Doesn't want to give us any weather. Give me a second, I'll get it up myself. So the weather is on the ATIS is 128.3. Right, so we've got wind 057 at 24, visibility is 3. Oh, here we go. That's fine.
Visibility, tree. Sky condition, few clouds at 600 feet, a few clouds at 4,200 feet, a few clouds at 12,900 feet. Temperature, 4. Dew point, 10. Altimeter 29.41. ILS Yankee runway 28 in use. Landing and departing runway 28. VFR aircraft say direction of flight. All aircraft read back hold short instructions. Advise controller on initial contact you have uniform.
For some reason it's already cleared us for a takeoff and everything, which is really odd. We've got our clearance and our takeoff, so we'll just best go through this. Climb and maintain 10,000 feet. I don't know why it's done this. Flight sim's been messing up for me recently. Hey Jamie, thanks for tuning in. Sorry I missed your stream this morning. I had to actually go and start some Christmas shopping because I realised Christmas is next week and I hadn't started. I don't know why it's done all that. It has. We'll deal with it. We can see anyway on here where we've kind of got to go. So we'll just go left out of here and just follow that line. We'll work it out. We'll get there one way or another. Runway 28, that looks like it should be runway 28, given what we've got on there. Only other thing I'm going to do is, just in case we need to come back, we're at runway 28, I will set runways 28 ILS frequency, 108.5. .5 and 108.5. Should give us India Kilo Whiskey, India Kilo Whiskey, India Kilo Whiskey. That's just in case we have any issues on takeoff. We have to come back. Whoever's a bit crap, whatever. We can come back on the ILS. Okay, autopilot test. All we can do is make sure it comes on and goes off. Floodlight, we'll have that on actually. It's starting to get a little bit dark. Fuel selectors, initially just change those over to crossfeed. Altimeters, we've got to set both of them, so we've got 29041, 29041 in here. Lovely. Standby set, transponder, it's already got our code in there, lovely. Temperatures are all in the green. Fuel back to on. Parking brakes released. Let's work our way out to the taxiway. Right. Make sure that's all off. Parking brakes off. Now, because it won't allow me to call for a taxi, I'm just going to use the chart down here. Brakes work. One way or another, we'll find our way out. Worst case scenario, we go out to the right. I think we might have to go out to the right, because it looks like it might be blocked off that way. Looks like we'll go out to the right, down the runway, and we'll just take it from an intersection. Starting to get a little dark. I'll just put the taxi lights on in case it's we hit a particularly dark patch. I don't know how well this game mimics light. We'll see. Yeah, we're going up on a runway. We're clear to cross it. Check, make sure no one's coming in. And what we'll do, we'll cross, we'll go down the taxiway, and we'll take off from the intersection. It's a long enough runway that we can take off in that. Another long taxi, not quite as long as the other day, but still a long old taxi. Not too far off now though. Here we are, coming up to the runway. Get the parking brake on. Okay, we'll go through the before takeoff check. So the before takeoff check, parking brake is set. Safety harnesses are fastened, adjustable backrest are right. Pilot and passenger doors are closed and locked with no warning. Circuit breakers are all in. Electric trim is checked. Takeoff set. Fuel selectors both on. Rudder trim is neutral. Flaps to takeoff. So we set takeoff on there. We've got the light on takeoff, and we've got takeoff flaps set. Flight controls checked. Full forward, full back, full left, full right. Rudders full left, centre, full right, centre. Power levers are idle. D with the engine instruments are checked. Everything T's and P's are in the green. Photo switches to auto we can't do. ECU test we can't do. Pitot heat we will have on. Ice protection we don't need on straight away. I'll put it on in the climb. Transponder we've checked the code 4245 and we are set to out. Fuel pumps can both go on. And release the parking brake. Lovely. We're already cleared to line up and we're cleared to take off. So we'll get the taxi light off and the landing light on. We'll have the position lights on as well as it's going dark. We'll release the parking brake and away we go. Sorry, it's a little bit rushed. Just trying to try and get in the air in time. But no matter what, it's going to be dark when we get there, but the less we're in the dark, the better. Seeing as we do only have about 2 or 3 hours of daylight. So as we've rushed it all, we just have one quick check, make sure everything looks right. We're on the correct runway, runway 28, everything lines up. We'll match the head in as well. Just before we take off, we make sure fuel's on, lights are on, pitot heat's on, fuel pumps are on. Right. We're clear to take off. Start the timer. Full power. Little bit of left rudder. Lots of left rudder with that crosswind. Looking for about 76 knots. Oh, bloody hell. That wind's catching us. There we go, we're away anyway. Get the gear up, give it a little turn. Let it crab into wind. Let's get up and away. Let's get the flaps up.
Night flight 001, contact Reykjavik Center on 125.5. 125.5 for night flight 001. Reykjavik
center,
Like
night
that
flight
then.
001 is at 1,000 feet, climbing 10,000 feet.
Night flight 001 Reykjavik Center, continue as planned. Altimeter 29 decimal.
Bring the power back now to 95%. Right. Get the autopilot on. Always goes a little bit weird when you first put the autopilot on in this. We'll get the landing light off and the fuel pumps off. And we are off. Goodbye, Iceland. And we have got FLC mode on, which is supposed to keep us at 93 knots. Doesn't seem to be doing a very good job. So what we'll do is we'll go here. We'll set this to about 1500, maybe 1400 actually, feet per minute, and we'll go vertical speed to climb. We're in the air now as well. Get the weather radar on. Zoom out a little bit so we can see what's going on. Can give it just a little bit more throttle there, up to about 95%. That's going to push our speed up so we can increase our vertical speed a little bit more. And then just enjoy the view. Speed starting to come back down, so we'll just start now to drop that vertical speed. The only problem using vertical speed is you do need to keep an eye on your airspeed a lot, because it will just keep trying to climb. If I set 1500 and left it there, as we get higher, and the air's a bit thinner, we've got slightly less power from the engines, our speed is going to start dropping, because the aircraft is just going to keep pitching up to keep 1500 feet per minute, and before you know it, you've stalled. Let's being out of here. It didn't really work, did it? You had one chance and you messed it up. You messed up your terrible joke. Nice. I was very close to buying myself a new SSD this morning. I was going to increase. I got Intel Optane drive at the moment to use as an SSD cache, and I'm very tempted to use Fusion drive. So I almost bought myself 128 gig, as that's the maximum it stores, which is a little bit bigger than my 16 gig cache I have at the moment. On your lunch.
flight 001 climb and maintain flight level 180.
Climb and maintain flight level 180.
So, he's told us to go onto a flight level now. So first thing we'll do is we'll set 18,000 in the altitude window to get us climbing up to that. Which it doesn't seem to want to do, so we'll go straight to vertical speed, which will just start pitching us up like that. Now he's giving us a flight level, so at the moment we have a pressure of 2941. What we need to do is change that now to a standard pressure, which for most of the world is 1013 hectopascals or millibars. Because it's an American game and it's all Americanized, we have to use inches of mercury, so it's 2992. The reason for that is because everyone in flight levels in the airways, you could be coming from different parts of the world with different pressures. And if someone's got a really low pressure, someone's got a really high pressure, where they should be 1,000 feet apart or 2,000 feet apart, they could actually be on the same level. So we set 2992. Same in here, 2992. Alright, climb. We're coming up to a bit of cloud, so we'll get the anti-ice on. PUBG's only 32 gig. I thought it was much bigger than that. All we do is just make sure that oxygen valve's open. So right now we'd be wearing masks as we're well above 10,000 feet. The aircraft has oxygen tanks built in, so yeah, we just open that valve. Now lets the oxygen start flowing. So typically we've just gone into the cloud at 16,000 feet, or flight level 160. So potentially I might ask him if we can drop down a little bit, just to stay under it today. Although according to the weather radar, it does clear up quite a lot ahead anyway, which is what we saw in the briefing at the start. Is that we'll have a little bit of cloud for the first few minutes, well, first hour. But we're out of it by the next point, which is Ralov. And Ralov is, it's only 30 miles away, to be fair. So unless we start getting some serious issues, I think we can, we'll be alright sitting here. We'll assess it again at Ralov. So there we go, that's 1,000 feet to go. What's our outside temperature at the moment? At the moment it's minus 30, which is one of the reasons we're not picking up much ice. It's actually getting too cold for us to pick up ice. There's less chance of having actual moisture in the clouds. It's already become ice by this point. If we get much colder, about minus 40, you pretty much you are safe from ice. In fact, to the point we could actually turn the de-icing off. We wouldn't need it, which is what we do in the real jets. Once it gets to about minus 40 outside, we could knock the anti-ice off, because you are not going to pick up ice when it's that cold. It's actually too cold for ice. Okay, we're starting to level out. We'll start to bring the thrust back to about 60%. So we're getting close to what the maximum capability of the aircraft is. This aircraft can fly up to flight level 200, so we're only 2,000 feet off the maximum altitude of this aircraft. So at the moment we have got a true airspeed of 161 knots, which is about what we expect. About 163 is what we expect. And we've got a ground speed with that tailwind of 23 knots. We've got a ground speed of 185 knots. So about 203 miles an hour at the moment.
Night flight 001, please expedite your climb to flight level 180.
I mean, we're at flight level 180. We're at flight level 180. So yeah, we're about 200 miles an hour, or 325-ish kilometers an hour.
Flight 001, please expedite your climb to flight level 180.
Okay, so he still wants us. He's still telling us we're not at flight level 180. So what I'm going to do, just to shut him up, is I'm going to go vertical speed, and I'm just going to climb to 18,100, or flight level 181. I don't know why he hasn't registered we're at this level, but for some unknown reason.
Night Flight 001, please expedite your climb to flight level 180.
Just out of interest then, if we say it back to 2941, so this is completely wrong now, but if I set 2941, so we'll go to 18,000 feet instead of what flight level 180, which is what he's asking us. So why he's doing this, I will never ever ever know. But I can only assume the game doesn't know the difference between altitude and flight level. One of the many bugs in the new flight simulator.
Night Flight 001, you are 500 feet above your assigned altitude. Descend and maintain
So now he's telling us we're
flight
500
level
feet
180.
too high. Okay, so if we're 500 feet high, we'll go down to 17,500. I don't really know what he wants from us, to be honest.
Night Flight 001, did you hear my last transmission?
Climb and maintain flight level 180, Night Flight 001.
This game is buggy as anything. We climb to flight level 180, he doesn't like it. We climb to altitude of 18,000 feet, he doesn't like it. Right. Good view. Hopefully, we'll be out of these clouds in a minute. If not, I'm just going to descend down a bit more.
Night Flight 001, you are 500 feet below your assigned altitude. Climb and maintain flight level 180.
Right. I don't know what he's doing. What we're going to do, we're going to go... Being that this is set to American, their transition altitude is 18,000 feet, and I think it's getting confused. So what we're going to do, we're going to just descend by... just by 1,000 feet.
Night Flight 001. Request 17,000 feet.
Night Flight 001, descend and maintain 17,000 feet.
So there we go, we've got 17,000 feet now. So we'll go vertical speed. Bring this down a little bit.
Night Flight 001, please acknowledge.
Descend and maintain 17,000 feet.
That
Night
should
Flight
keep him happy.
001.
Just watch that speed a little bit, don't want it to creep up too much. There we are. Weather radar's actually pretty good, so we're getting to what it says is the end of the cloud, and sure enough, it's the end of the cloud. So let's bring that back up now to 60%. Hopefully, that's it. Hopefully that'll keep him happy. That is a very weird bug in the game. He hasn't started shouting at me yet. And there we are. Not quite stalling. Got a bit off stalling. And we'll even knock the anti-ice off because we don't even need that today. It'll let me. So at the moment, we are over the North Atlantic between Iceland and Greenland. There's not really much to it. In fact, if I go for an outside view and we have a look, I was hoping we might be able to see Iceland back behind us. But I don't think we can, unfortunately. Very little plane. Well, it's little if you're comparing it to biz jets and things like that. It's big for a little piston. I mean, it's got 7 seats. They are good. I mean, they're all carbon fibre. Looks small compared to these massive clouds. We've just gone over our first point, which was Ralov. So just to check, at Ralov, I needed. Let me bring up the flight plan again. So at Ralov, I need a minimum of 39 gallons of fuel left, and we have, what's that? 44, something like that. 46. That's not too bad. The Denmark Strait. Well, there we go. Learn something new every day. Oceanic Strait between Greenland and North Atlantic. Oh, okay, that's cool. I did not know that. I did give that push short radio a go. It's not bad actually. It's quite good. It gives you like little 1 minute, 2 minute sort of Wikipedia articles as you fly around. Yeah, I think I will do. I need to make sure I have a check and make sure like there's no sort of licensing issues and stuff, which I can't imagine there will be, considering a lot of it's all Wikipedia. Which, if everyone hasn't done so, Wikipedia needs donations. Hey, Ginger Squid. Yeah, we actually have a view today. To change. And no ice. I've only just noticed as well, even with these graphics, you even get marks on the windows, look. The sun's reflecting in it, that's pretty cool. Go inside, do that. I'm good, thank you. How are you? Good, good. It is. It's just a different colour today because I deleted a few deliveries because I was having a lot of issues yesterday with Flight Sim. So just to be safe, I've deleted a lot of the add-ons I was using, and one of them I was using was different colours for the aircraft. So basically, whilst it's been parked up in Iceland, it's had a respray. Water does look good. The sun reflecting off it. I'm quite happy with that. I think the weather's pretty good as well, so the fact that we've gone from a nice clear sky and the clouds are just starting to build up now will probably be the front I went through on the briefing that we're going to fly right through. So right now we are over. What was it? Solar Rocket called it. He had the name of it. I have to go through back from the chat now and find it. Unless he's still there. If he's still there, tell me again. It's a bit of ocean between Greenland and Iceland. But I cannot for the life of me remember what it's called. It's like the Denmark Strait or something like that, I think it's called. I'm trying to see if Google Maps calls it anything. Let's have a look. What was it called? The Denmark Strait, or Greenland Strait. Oceanic strait between Greenland to its northwest and Iceland to its southeast. The Norwegian island of Jan Mayen lies northeast of the strait. But right now we're about a third of the way between between Iceland and Greenland. We actually, as far as I'm aware, I think we go past quite a bit of. No, we should be able to see Greenland quite well. I'm hoping. I say that. That's assuming that these clouds don't get much worse. Quite thick off to the side, but should be all right. Yeah, we will. So the flight after this one goes from Greenland to Goose Bay in northern Canada. And then from there we go straight down, all the way down over Canada, probably down to Maine, I think is probably the next one. And then Maine to New York. So there's actually not that much left after this. After today, there's 2 more flights left. Potentially. That's if I try and do New York in one flight. So 2, maybe 3. But all quite short. I mean, this one's a bit shorter than the other day at least. This one's about 3.5 hours. Rather than the 5.5 that it was the other day. I haven't actually. I really I keep meaning to. Apparently I've got family over there. I'm not entirely sure where in Canada, but apparently I have French-Canadian family. Oh, we're not long gone past Rottin. So at Rottin, or Rotin, however they want to pronounce it. How much did I need? Rottin, 35 gallons. And I have 40 gallons. Fuel's holding up pretty well. So the next one is just waypoint 4, which, if anyone is interested, is 64 north and 030 west. So the orange stuff on the radar, that's the weather radar. So that's letting us know this bit of cloud here, there's a lot of moisture in the clouds. Then potentially a bit of icing. Obviously we're well above it, so it's not an issue, but if we were to descend down through it, we could pick up a lot of ice. No, I'm happy for the questions. It gives me something to chat about. About the questions, I struggle to think what to talk about. Favourite flight? I'm not sure, you know, actually. Where's been one of the cooler ones I've been to? I think so. Madeira, that's quite a fun one. It's a busy one when you get there. It's a very odd approach because the entire island is one big hill. So it's a very difficult approach, and I think that for us, first officers where I work, first officers have to be, I say trained, we have to do a test, basically an online test, because we can't actually fly it. It's only the captains that actually fly it. So we just do an online test, and then the captains, they have to do quite a lot. So they have to go in the sim to be specially trained, and then they have to do like one landing there every so often to stay current. But that's quite a fun one, actually. I quite enjoyed doing that. A little bit eerie at times. You're flying literally straight towards a hill, like you know, the routing that we get given, like the information on how to fly the approach is like fly towards these houses. Great, that's useful. That you can just about see the runway at the last second. I kind of miss flying to Dublin as well. The old Birmingham to Dublin, where I used to work. That was always a good flight. Always like to see how fast you could do it. Yeah, I would like to become a captain. I mean, I was hoping to do it within about 5 years of moving companies. which was a little bit conservative, but obviously I didn't then plan to miss an entire year of work. So probably 5 or 6 years from now, hopefully, if I'm lucky. Again, that's assuming they're taking on new captains. I've got friends who are fully qualified to become, like, ready to become a captain. They've done the training, they've done, you know, they've passed all the tests they need to pass, but the company aren't promoting them because they don't need any captains at the moment because of obviously COVID and everything. It would be, yeah. It would be quite nice. Plus, you know, the pay rise is pretty good. I'm not even going to deny that the pay rise from first officer to captain is quite a nice one, apparently. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a while though before I get there. I mean, I'm still a basic first officer, so I'm still hopefully within a few years I'll be able to move up at least to a senior first officer. So yeah, for us, so for instance, a little plane like this. I mean, admittedly, on a journey like this, you'd probably have two guys, just because you can split it between you, but you only need one for this. Depending on the aircraft, so even some business jets, you legally you can fly with one pilot, just because they're quite small, and they are, you know, designed to be flown by one pilot. So the way everything's set up, very automated. As you get onto the bigger jets, so like what I fly the 737 and that, we have two pilots. It requires two pilots. I don't think these days there's any aircraft left, maybe, that require a flight engineer. So some very, very old aircraft would require two pilots and a flight engineer, who basically watches all the dials, keeps an eye on the engines, makes sure everything's running as it should. These days, a lot of that's obviously computerised, so it's all automated. And then above that, on very, very, very long flights, you might have a third pilot who will, basically between the three of you, will swap in and out as you take breaks. But for us, it's always just two pilots. Mainly because you couldn't fit anyone else in our flight deck. It is tiny. The flight deck on a 737. When you see planes in the films, and you've got this massive flight deck, you can basically lie down in it. They're not like that. They are the tiniest little rooms you've ever seen in your life. Yeah, flights to Australia. I think maybe the Dubai ones do it as well. Definitely across to sort of South America, places like that. I'm sure there is a legal guideline to it, but because it's never affected me, I've probably learnt about it a long time ago, back when I was doing my flight training. I'm not going to pretend like I can remember what the legal part of it is. But I would say it's probably sort of based on. I imagine there is a legal guideline, but I imagine the airlines have their own sort of rules above that. Just relax. To be honest, I mean, if you've never been in a plane before, it's gonna feel a bit scary. There's no doubt about it. You know, you're doing something that inherently is unnatural to be in the air in a giant heavy metal tube. But you just you just relax. It's always that's a good one. Sweets to suck on takeoff and landing. With the pressure changes, when you if you go up a big hill sometimes and you drive and your ears will pop, you get that, but on a much worse level, and it can feel a bit painful sometimes. More so when you're a kid, I found. As an adult, it doesn't affect me anymore. But if you just suck a sweet, you'll just keep popping your ears. But you gotta remember, any weird noises you hear, any weird feelings and that, there's nothing there's nothing wrong with it. It's just that a plane does make weird noises. It does feel a bit odd at times. You know, things like turbulence, for instance. Everybody gets a lot of people get terrified of turbulence. It's fine. Yeah, it'll bounce you around a little bit. It's perfectly safe. There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, and it's just changes in the wind. A short flight is is a good idea to take first. Gets you used to it. Then you're not sort of sitting there. Yeah, doing that would be perfect. The only thing you'll find potentially with those very short flights to Scotland and that, the aircraft you'll be in will be very small, so you might be you'll probably be a little bit cramped. I mean, if it's you and Dan, I mean, most of the smaller aircraft are only 2 seats either side rather than 3. So it'll only be you and Dan sat together anyway if you book your seats. So you'll be a bit crammed, but you're going to be crammed with, But on a longer flight, try and drink as much as you can. Drinks on the flight are going to be very expensive, so buy a bottle of water in the airport. I need to sneeze. Oh, that's better. You buy bottles of water in the airport. It's the better way to do it, and just drink plenty on board because it's quite dry air. You will get dehydrated quite quickly. That is also a good idea. You can also do that, bring an empty bottle. It never used to be an issue, because you used to just be able to take it straight through security. But obviously these days, you can't take anything. Even we can't take anything over 100 ml. I think it's up to 100 ml per bottle, and a litre in total. Why? I don't know. I think it's us in the US that only have that rule for pilots. Everywhere else in the world, you can just take through whatever you like. Oh yeah, the little Embraers. Same as what Flybe used to have. Because they used to have the Crash 8s and the Embraers. Embraers are good little planes. Yeah, a lot of them do, because it's obviously it's not cost effective to take a big 737 for such a short. I say that, yeah. From next year, where I work, are doing flights from Birmingham to Jersey in a 737. So that'll be interesting. I'm trying to think what the best airline I've ever been on. I haven't actually. I've done Monarch. Monarch used to be pretty good. What else was there? Monarch was pretty good. I will say British Airways were alright, actually. And we did, years ago, we did a BA flight down to Tenerife when I was younger. I did quite like Virgin. I flew to New York with Virgin on one of the Virgin 747s when I was a kid. I've got to say, one of the airlines I find the worst. Well, they're not a bad airline. I find their customer service the worst so far has been TUI. Like our last few holidays, we've gone with TUI just because there's not, you know, especially around Europe, didn't have that many options, and every time we seem to have issues. The flight themselves were absolutely fine. You know, we went to Mexico on one, and they were great. You know, but I've just found in the past that when something goes wrong, book via first choice. I can't see. I think we even booked just through the TUI website. It's always been down to seating. I mean, I let them off the last time because it was right. We were originally booked on a Max, and it got, obviously, after everything happened with the Max, it changed. But the time before that, it was a similar issue. But basically, we were going to Mexico. It was a once in a lifetime trip. I paid to go the premium seats, which is like, I wouldn't say their version of first class. Their version of premium economy or business at a push. Very much a push. I paid extra for that, and there was loads of seats available, but they had a big thing saying obviously you can't book your seats until 90 days before. So wait till 90 days before, went to book it, had no seats left. They had 2 seats left, which obviously the ones we bought. They were completely other ends of the section to each other. So I phoned up and I said, what the hell? I was told that you can't book them until 90 days before. I have come on the second it's opened and it's already booked. Oh well, yeah. If you book the premium, you can book those up to, I think it was like 180 days before. Well, you didn't say that, and your website didn't say that. Oh yeah, the website doesn't say that. It needs to be changed. And I was just like, well, it's not really good enough. So in the end, but then the best bit was, they then said, well, we can move you to extra space, which is basically the same thing, other than you don't get the, you don't get the glass of champagne when you get on board and stuff. They're like, but as we'll throw in a bottle of champagne and a box of chocolates complimentary. And I was like, okay, that's great. I said, what's the cost difference? Oh no, there is no refund. I was like, well, no, you're moving us down a class, which is fine. I'm fine with that, but you can't then charge us the same amount. That's not how that works. And we're going through lots of customer services teams and lots of, like, managers and shit. And eventually we did get money back, but it was the fact we had to fight to get money back to go to a cheaper seat. I said a similar thing happened with the Max. They moved us onto a normal 737, which was fine. I'm absolutely, there's no issue there at all. But we were still sat together. That's great. Again, we'd paid for extra leg room, and then it was only because one day I went to check, and I went to my partner. I went, oh, I thought we'd booked seats. I said, I swear we'd already booked our seats, and it's telling us to book again. And when I looked, it had completely changed. And I phoned them up, and they went, oh yeah, well, we've changed the aircraft. And I went, right, but I haven't been told of that. Oh yeah, well, we didn't get round. We haven't got round to telling everybody. Only a few people got an email about it. I was like, well, is that fair then? So we paid for extra legroom, and then you're now telling us there is no extra legroom seats, which is because it's a different aircraft. But we didn't get an email about that, and if I hadn't have looked, we wouldn't have known until we got on the plane, sat in our seats, and gone, well, these aren't extra legroom. And again, I had to argue to say, well, okay, I want the difference back because I've paid extra for extra legroom. And then when we got there, it was a different aircraft altogether. It was a 757, which is much, much bigger. So as soon as we took off and we got to the cruise and the seatbelt signs came off, me and Katie went to the back of the plane. We had the whole back of the plane to ourselves. Like I said, the actual like the actual flights and that, the cabin crew, the pilots, they're all great. Never had an issue there. The issue's purely just down to the customer service. They're a weird plane. They're very skinny and very long. I would like to have a go at an Airbus. It'd be different because obviously it's a lot more automated. It's a lot more, everything does it for you, but it's more modern, and I like modern techie shit. So that's kind of what I want. So yeah, if I got the opportunity, I'd give it a go, definitely. Yeah, it was a Dreamliner we flew to Mexico on. That was really nice. You can really tell the difference. So basically keeps you, when we're cruising at like say 38,000 feet in a 737, the cabin altitude is like 8,000 feet. On the Dreamliner, it's more like 6. So that's obviously it's pumping up air and pressure into the cabin, and the pressure is the equivalent of 8,000 feet or 6,000 feet. Because it's a lot lower, so there's a lot more pressure inside the aircraft in a Dreamliner. You do feel so much more refreshed when you land, especially after a long flight. The entertainment was pants. I gotta be honest, I don't think I even tried the entertainment on ours when we went, because I just went. I had my iPad with me, so I was just watching films on my iPad. I think I had the little screen up in the seat. So that was a weird one, rather than having it on the seat in front of you, because there was no seats in front of us, it was just a wall. It comes out the arm and it just sort of pops up. I think most of the flight I just had up like the little map showing you where you are. I was a little gutted I didn't get to go premium in that, like, just because I've never been any higher than economy. It was like again, like I say, it's only the equivalent of like premium economy, but it was just like a nice sort of one-off. Where I think we've just had a little turn, so we are at waypoint 4. So at waypoint 4, I'll just do a quick fuel check. Rail Alpha Rotin. So I think it was this one. Should have 30 gallons left. And we've got easily 35, 36. Doing absolutely fine on fuel. Using nowhere near what we should be, and we're going quicker as well, because I planned it on having a lot of ice on the aircraft and going slower, as that's what the last couple of flights have been like. But yeah, if you ever get a chance to go in a Dreamliner, they are very, very good. I would like to have a go in an A380 as well. Although, even though most of them are slowly starting to disappear, just purely because of the size of the things. I mean, we have there's one that goes in and out of Birmingham, and then it's mad. As you're taxiing in, you see it, and you go, oh, it's not that big. And then you see the people walking around it, and you go, oh, that's fucking massive. It's like the Boeing 777, that's another sort of one which, again, you see a picture of a 777, it doesn't look that big because it's not a big, you know, it's not like the A380 or the 747 where you've got multiple levels, it's just one level. So you can look at it, it's not that big. But then you see things like the size of the engines. I think the engine on the 777, you could take the fuselage of a 737 and fit it inside of the engine of a 777. Which is just a nut. It's a really random fact, but it's nuts. That's how big the engines are. You could fit a 737 inside of it. Clouds really starting to build. I'm glad we are a lot higher than the last couple of flights. They're massive, isn't they? Yeah, being in a 737 next to like an A380 is the equivalent of me being in this compared to a 737 sort of thing. It feels like I'm flying one of these again. I mean, if you had the money, you'd have to go on like I don't know, like Emirates or Etihad first class on an A380. I mean, I think it's Etihad that has like first class. You don't get a seat, you get a room. I think they even call it. I think they even call it an apartment. Your first class. You don't get a first class seat. You get a first class apartment, and you have like a full on sofa in there, bed. It's nuts. You can even book to use the onboard shower. So you know, if you nice on a long flight, when you land, you're all nice and refreshed. You've had a shower. You know, you get to use all the expensive shampoos and perfumes, all that stuff. And being Etihad, I'm pretty sure the shower is actually gold. So you are having a golden shower. Oh yeah, there's a proper full-on bar on there, everything. It's like a cruise liner, but in the air. Etihad do have some weird stuff. I think it's their, might be their 777s as well. A couple of the seats wouldn't normally have windows. So for instance, sort of just in front of the wing, there's not normally windows there. So what they've done instead is the seats that wouldn't normally have a window, they have a screen. They have a window-shaped screen on the wall that looks like a window with like and on the outside of the plane they then have like really ultra high quality cameras that stream to these screens, so that you sat in there and it's like you have a window. No, some of the tech on these bigger aircraft is nuts. Even the Dreamliner actually that we went on. On the way back, on the way out, we were at a sort of a centre aisle seat. On the way back, we were sat next to the window, and the window's on the Dreamliner. Whereas, like, you know, on the 737, you have a little pull-down blind to block out the light. You have a button, and you press the button, and the actual window goes dark. Like, I was messing with that for like probably half the flight, like a good 4 hours, just going dark window, light window, dark window, light window. They're brilliant. They honestly, it's the coolest thing I've ever seen. You can press a button and the window goes dark. I want that in my house. If I could have that in my house and just get rid of all my blinds and just have a button, I press it, it makes all my windows go dark. It'd be amazing. Yeah, it's like a dark blue tint. It's like those thingy glasses you can get, those glasses which when you go outside automatically turn into sunglasses. It's the same thing, basically. How long we got left? 142 minutes. So what's that? 2 hours and 20 minutes. It's not too bad. Shorter than the other day, at least. We've been in the air, what's all? We've been in the air an hour and 20 minutes so far. Hopefully, the ETA and the little red bar on the overlay works quite well today. Hopefully it's fairly accurate. 16:33. Yes, that's about right. So what did I say? An hour and 20 minutes, and then 16:33. What's that? An hour and. Sorry, I said 2 hours and 20 minutes. No, yeah, 2 hours and 20 minutes. So that's actually about right. About 2 hours and 20 minutes away. apparently it does actually have that. The integrate with not necessarily flight radar, but with the the same system that flight radar uses. To have real life aircraft on it, it is a bit dodgy. Like, I don't understand why sometimes it picks them up, sometimes it doesn't. Let's have a look. Let's bring up flight radar. Let's see what people are doing. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? There's quite a few just sort of flying around. There's a shitload of Qatars and Etihads. All doing the same route, the JFK. Yeah, they don't show. So I don't know why. It's all turned on. A couple of little Learjets, a couple of little Gulfstreams. Some very, very rich bastards going on a nice trip somewhere in their private jet. I mean, that's ultimate goals, isn't it, really? Ice 212, just over South Iceland. Let's have a look. Oh wow, that's amazing. That is a cool livery. And a Herc just behind it. Indeed there is. Quite a lot, isn't there, over Iceland? Busy little place. Then again, I mean, look at the weather today, flying out of there. I mean, Solar Rocket, you're more than welcome to jump on and follow me on this route. In fact, anyone is. If anyone's got flights in, they're more than welcome to jump in. Oh man. I have no idea. I don't really know. Maybe it is. Because we should be. Yeah, I mean, it could just be where we are doesn't have very good radar coverage, and it's I like it uses what does it use? ADS-B, I think, to find it, and it might just be over the ocean doesn't have a great great signal. I mean, I'll have a look. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at the live traffic. So apparently, this is from Microsoft themselves. They won't display any aircraft that have improper or missing data. So ones that have an altitude of 0 feet, missing destination airports are not displayed. This is a source data problem. It still does seem a bit... I don't know, maybe in the future it will update and have a much better working of live traffic. Because that was one of the points they were really pushing with this when they brought it out. Looking at Turkish UAVs at the moment. I mean, I might imagine so. You're amazed by this, aren't you? Just spend all day looking at the flights on flight radar. There's a ship one too. It's mad, isn't it, just how many things like ships and aircraft are on the move at any one point. What was crazy was that first lockdown, and like looking at flight radar during the very first lockdown back in March, and how just empty all of Europe was. To the point that like we were getting 747s and stuff going over our house, which we don't get because it's only tends to be cargo aircraft. But obviously it was that quiet that these cargo aircraft were just being like, you know, getting that many shortcuts, and it just was bringing them straight over our house, which is normally an approach into Birmingham. So clearly Birmingham was that empty. They were like, yeah, just fly straight for the approach because there's just nothing to do. I mean, even my last flight I did back in March when I was going back from Tenerife, I was still basically northern Spain when they pretty much just gave us direct to Birmingham from northern Spain. Yeah, we were basically lined up with the runway over mid-France. Let's have a look what we got around here. Over Anglesey in North Wales, there's a nice hawk doing some training by the looks of it. So today it's I can't. I'm gonna learn. Hang on a minute. I'm gonna learn how to pronounce it. So it's like how the hell right? Here you go, how to pronounce it. Bravo Golf, Bravo Whiskey. Narsarsuaq, apparently, that's how you pronounce it. I've been saying Narasuak. It's Narsarsuaq, apparently. According to howtopronounce.com. How do you spell that place? I know, it's nuts, isn't it? Narsarsuaq. 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 With that flight radar as well, if you click on the airports, you can actually see, you can look at the arrivals and departures and see what's coming in and what's going out. You do end up just looking for like mad flights, so you just see like, you know, one plane on the middle of, you know, all on its own. It's crazy if you look at like bits of Africa and stuff, and there's like entire countries with no aircraft over. don't know what's going on in Kenya. There's like loads of balloons. I don't really know what they are. Got the weirdest photo. HBEL 170, HBEL 293. Project Loon, apparently. Should we look what Project Loon is? Oh, I think it's what Harry was saying. Yeah, the 4G balloons. Okay. That's quite cool. How did they stay up then, I wonder? Because they won't stay up forever, will they? I've heard, was it Facebook that were doing it? Google Balloon Program. They don't even need electric. Yeah, they got little solar power panels on it. I think was it Facebook that were doing the other way? They were using like almost like UAVs or something, weren't they? Which were basically solar powered UAVs, which did the internet. I think that was better because those they can go forever and ever and ever. 300 days, fucking hell. That's quite cool. How to get, internet in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Well, they're all over Africa, aren't they? Oh, some news just in. The furlough scheme, completely different thing altogether, but apparently the furlough scheme's now been extended till after April. Till the end of April, from the end of March. So it looks like it might be another month I'm off work. I'm just looking at those balloons over Madagascar. Maybe there's so many in Kenya. Maybe they must launch them or something from Kenya, and then they travel outwards from there. So I'm just looking, if you look down by Madagascar, there's 3 in a line, just sort of all on their way out. Oh, okay. It's a pretty cool idea. That's a cool idea, then, these balloons for internet. So they can just get them to literally anywhere in the world. Well done, Google. Right, let's have a look. Whereabouts are we? So we're coming up on next waypoint, waypoint 5. Which again, if anyone is interested and wants to see exactly where waypoint 5 is, I believe that that is 6330 north, 35 west. When we get in there, we should have 21 gallons of fuel left, which looks like we'll be absolutely fine. And then the next leg is 51 minutes after that. Yeah, it is on autopilot. So for anyone interested, we've got the autopilot's on, and we've got, just so you're aware how it works, we've got out mode, which is what's keeping us at 17,000 feet, and then we've got, it says here GPS, so it's in nav mode, and that's just telling us it's following the GPS. We can have it follow radio beacons if we tune them in, and then we can use, what I'll do, just to make it where if I set the heading of 278 and I put it now in heading mode, what that will do now is follow that heading that I've set, which is 278 degrees. If we press this CDI button down here and set and tune a radio beacon, this will basically, we can set what angle we want to go into that beacon at or come out of that beacon at, and then basically if you put it in nav mode with that on screen, it will then follow that to join it, to be able to follow that line. So you use that, for instance, if you do, for instance, an ILS approach, which we won't be doing in Naraswak. I've already forgotten how to pronounce it, because I don't have an ILS. But for instance, when we landed the other day in Keflavik, that did have the ILS going in there. So again, the ILS is a radio beacon based at the airport, and then it uses we use this mode to get basically line us up with the runway. We set the same angle of the runway, same heading as the runway, and we basically will follow that in all the way, and it will give us lateral and vertical guidance for an ILS. So it brings us all the way down. But for now, we just want GPS mode to follow the route that we've got programmed. So we'll put it back in nav mode, and again you can see we've got GPS and altitude. So it's a little bit of turn, just because obviously we've come slightly off centre there by following the heading, because obviously with the wind changing by a couple of degrees and stuff, it always has to make slight changes in the heading. So if you look now, we're doing 277 degrees to follow that line. I'm assuming you guys can hear the music as well in the background. The nice chill tunes. Nice. you thinking the fridge freezer's coming behind you? Quite hypnotising, isn't it, having that, oh god. Quite hypnotising, isn't it, having that, those engines running? Just like, there's just that constant noise. It's like white noise, isn't it? My falafels. Can't lose your falafels. Oh god. Quite nice to finally do one of these flights and not have to be worrying about ice all the time. We would be if we were down where we were the other day, but decided to go a little bit higher today. So I use a website called Autorouter. It's the same sort of the same site I used to use back when I was doing my training, and it's really good actually, because you put in where you're taking off from, where you're going to, middle screen on the plane. There you go. You can have the upload for them. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see the route. So this circle here just shows us the extent of the weather radar. So that's where we took off from, Bravo India Kilo Foxtrot. And that's where we're going, Bravo Golf, Bravo Whiskey. And then you can see the waypoints we've gone through so far. So that gives us a good view. So yeah, I use this website called Autorouter. You put in where you're taking off from, where you're going to, and it will find a route that's valid. So obviously, in most of the world, for instance, like in America now, you bring up a map. You've got all these different waypoints, which a lot of them are GPS waypoints, but you've got ones which are based on like a distance and a radial to a radio beacon, and you basically just choose them and plan your route like that. You go, I'm going from that one to that one to that one to that one to that one. In Europe, they like to make it overly complicated, and they won't allow you to have certain routes. So you use this Autorouter, and it finds a valid route for you. There's lots of online routers out there. A lot of them are made purely for flight sim, so that you couldn't use them in real life. I've just been using Autorouter A because I'm used to it, and B because it's quite nice to have the realistic and go for a route that we could actually fly right now. Yes, Jamie, I have got traffic on. For some reason, nothing's showing. So I've just got full live, so it's live traffic, live weather, live time, everything. But for some reason, it's not picking up sort of the real life traffic. Don't know why. And I can only assume there's no one else flying around here in Microsoft Flight Simulator at the moment. If you're free though, you're more than welcome to jump on. You're behind me. Oh god, let's have a look. I can't see you. I don't know if you can see me. If it helps, I'm in North Europe server. You can see me. So it's my game then. Something's wrong with my game, which is showing that I can't see anybody. Maybe you'll pop up after a few minutes. Tell you what we'll do. We'll keep that view there, and we'll see if you pop up in a few minutes. That's amazing if you're there. Got the names turned on. Pretty sure I have. Date note traffic. Yep. Real time traffic is on. I'm sure he'll pop up after a few minutes. Looking out for you. Still can't see you just yet. I was behind you, I've turned right. We'll keep looking out for you. At some point, I hope you'll be here, because that would be amazing if you do. Tell you what we'll do, I'll change server. We'll go from North Europe, we'll go West Europe. Hopefully that'll sort of force it to reload. Me. See, this is what's frustrating with this. Sometimes it works great. Like last night we managed to get this multiplayer working perfect, didn't we? And then today, can't see you at all. Honestly have absolutely no idea where you are. Yeah, I don't know why it isn't showing up. It's a shame because it would be really good to have someone else fly this route with, but. Well, we're over halfway. I'm according to the overlay anyway. I also couldn't find. Yeah, I had to manually install it. So for some reason, no one knows why, but for some reason, the reason that the airport isn't in the game. So I managed to find an add-on, and then it's really simple. Like I literally just Googled it. And then you download it and put it in your community folder, restart the game, and it will appear. So an interesting one to see will be whether or not we have instrument approaches. I doubt it, considering this is only an add-on. We can have a look whether the game recognises there's instrument approaches in. We're going to here, select approach, none. So, it's not an issue. What we might end up having to do, if the weather's nice enough, ATC will bring us down and it will just be, a nice visual approach in. If the weather's a bit bad and we can't see it, then I'll have to go old-fashioned and do the approach using the charts and bits of paper and work it out that way. Either way, we're going to get on the ground. Maybe if I add you to a group, Jamie, maybe you'll pop up a bit more. If I invite you to a group, that might help. I just thought of that one. Let's have another look outside. Imagine it'll take a few minutes to update, but hey, there we go. Now I can see you. Now you've appeared. Damn, didn't do what I wanted it to do. I was trying to give you a bit of a shout out there, Jamie, for your channel. If you want to watch Jamie race some marbles, most days it's from 10 o'clock in the morning, something like that. It's a good channel. You can get joined in. Yeah, you do. I don't get Twitch. I fully admit I don't understand Twitch. See if we can have a zoom in on him. Where is he? Not too far behind, actually. Insert a heading into the autopilot. So, to insert a heading into the autopilot, what you want to do is use this heading thing here, little heading knob, and you just set your blue marker to the heading you want. If you press it, it will sync with the heading you've got, theoretically. Mine is a little bit off for some reason. And then yeah, you just go into, or turn the autopilot on, so you should have the delay P signal at the side there, and then just hit the heading button, like that, and it'll come up with HDG on the left. And then you're in heading mode, and you can choose whatever heading you want then. I reckon if you put the hammer down, you'll soon catch it, because I'm at 60% to get a nice little eco route going, try and save as much fuel as possible. If you stick it up to about 90%, you'll soon catch up. Oh, there we go, I can see you changing your head in behind. So for reference, I've got a heading of 277. That theoretically should keep you perfectly in line with me. Here he comes. I can see him getting closer. Catching up. Looking at the clouds at the moment as well in this weather, I think I'll be alright with the descent. We'll get APC to take us down, and then we'll hopefully be able to see the runway and just straight in visually. There he is. There's Jamie Walton over there. A little bit of formation flying on the way out to Naraswak. Was it Naraswak or Narswak? It was Narswak, wasn't it? That is pretty cool to watch.
Night Flight 001, contact Gander Center
-63. Right, let's update the barra reference then. So this is going to put us up a little bit, so we're going to have to descend a little bit. 296. This is what I was saying, you see. So that's already put us 200 feet high. Just from that little change. So that's why above a certain level you go into light levels rather than an altitude, and you go, everyone has a standard pressure. There he is. See him out the back window? I took a screenshot of that because that looks pretty amazing. That is brilliant, I gotta say. That is bloody brilliant. That is awesome. So Jay, are you manually flying now, or you got autopilot on? Nice. You're doing pretty well, to be fair. Oh, you're holding up bloody steady. Especially when you consider we've currently got a, let's have a look, what's the wind at the moment? 19 knots pretty much straight across us. lost you altogether now. Oh, there you are. Trim wheel is my friend. To be fair, that is the biggest tip to like anyone who ever wants to learn to fly. Learn to use the trim because it will make your life so much easier. If you trim it right, you should be able to just sit like that. Like, I mean, admittedly, I've got an autopilot, but you should be able to just let go of the controls and it be like it's on autopilot. I will say, flight sim streams are a very niche thing. I mean, I'm just looking now through Twitch. And you look at the different categories, and you've got, you know, Grand Theft Auto 5, 49.7 thousand viewers. Just Chatting, 280,000 viewers. Cyberpunk, 72,000 viewers. Even Marbles on Stream, 1.6 thousand viewers. Microsoft Flight Simulator, 316. Not 316,000, 316 viewers. So what's more funny is we have, what, nearly 100 of the entire flight sim watching community just in this. 100 of it. I knew you were there somewhere. Is there a way I can set the camera then, just to see if we can get it to follow you? So we have smart cam on. There we go. Now we can just have the camera follow you. You can be in charge of my camera. Yeah, I believe so. Let's have a look. Let's see. Just go off smart cam for a minute. 75 minutes remaining, according to the GPS. Assuming the wind stays roughly the same. I mean, in absolutely no wind. How long we got left? We got about 220, well, 230 miles left. And what we're doing. If it was no wind, it would be 82 minutes. So, worst case scenario, 82 minutes. Because I can't see the wind suddenly changing around to a headwind. It's not supposed to, according to the briefing. So yeah, not long left now. All coming together slowly. Can kind of preempt the approach a little bit, in the sense that we can put the ADF, so put the NDB frequency in there, which is November Alpha. So it's 359, assuming we have to do the instrument approach. But it also will just point. This is another type of radio beacon and NDB. They're not really used as much anymore. To the point, I don't think you actually, by law anymore, have to have an ADF on board. They're a bit shit. You can't pick them up until you're quite close. And even when you can, they fucking move around all over the place. So trying to do an NDB approach is a pain in the arse. Normally you'd do an NDB approach, but you'd have the GPS sort of overlaid on top of it, which follows the same route, and that's much better. There we go, so they've transferred. So we're not close enough to pick it up yet. Once we are, it'll come up as a little blue arrow on here, and what it'll do is all it does is just point towards that beacon. So we'll go back to the outer view. We'll turn smart cam back on, following good old Jenny Walton. So if you want to set the altitude in the autopilot, a little bit like your heading, you want to set your altitude bug, which is this one down here, and it just shows just above the... Sorry, I'm sneezing all day today. It sets it in the blue up here, just above your altitude indicator. And then what you want to do, don't press the out button. If you hit the out button, that will hold you at whatever altitude you're currently at. What I like to do is use the vertical speed button. So if I want to be, for instance, 18,000 feet, I set 18,000 feet, I hit vertical speed, like that. That automatically defaults to 0, or it will default to whatever you're at. If you're in a climb at the time, that's fine. If you want to level it out, the other option is you can what you can do is hit out, level it out where you are, set the altitude you want, hit vertical speed, it will be at 0, and then you use the up and down buttons here to choose your rate of climb. Set that back down to 17,000 feet, and then when it gets to that altitude, it'll automatically switch from vertical speed to out quiet mode. And eventually it will drop into out mode like that, and then it will just hold you there. And then you've got your altitude and your, well, you'll be on heading, won't you? Heading mode. looks like you've got it. So you're at the moment you're at 17,720 feet. Obviously that's GPS. It's not Barrow. Can be a little bit different at times. So for reference, I have 17,000 feet at 2963, and I have a heading of 275. Hopefully, anytime soon, we should be able to see a little bit of land just through the clouds. We're not that far from the edge of Greenland now, so hopefully it won't be long. In the meantime, I'll grab the weather. We can see what the current weather is there. Give us a rough idea of what the approach is going to be like, whether we are going to be able to do it visually or not. So let's see. Currently we've got wind of 070 at 16. So it's most likely to be runway 07, straight down the runway, which is perfect. 16 knots straight down. We're not going to be coming down like we were in Keflavik, where I couldn't see the fucking runway most of it because we were completely sideways. We've got visibility more than 10 kilometres, which is great. We've got a few clouds at 10,000 feet and broken at 12,000 feet. And that's 10,000 feet above the runway as well, above the airport, which is perfect. So, yeah, once ATC start to send us down, just go completely visual all the way in. It's the quickest and most efficient way. Don't need to worry about instrument approaches and things like that. It's got 5 degrees on the ground. And looking at it, it'll be daylight when we get there. They're 3 hours behind us, and their sunset is at 20 to 3 in the afternoon. So that's going to be 20 to 6. So yeah, still be nice a bit of daylight. You can check the snow tam. So according to the snow tam, which is basically lets you know about ice and snow on the ground, essentially. It gives you like a code that you gives you like a long code to decode that, and then it tells you basically what the contamination is like on the runway. So this is the correct terminology. So for runway 06, 07, there's ice on the runway to a depth of 3 mil. But braking action is good. So, in a big jet, that's something to consider. In this, don't see us have any issue stopping. It's a bloody long runway, to be fair, so I don't see any issue at all with stopping on that. We've got good. If it was poor, so you've got, you've got poor, you've got good, you've got very good. Different levels of what the braking's like. Yeah, I don't see an issue there. Obviously, it's something to be cautious of. The runway is icy, so maybe I won't use full brakes necessarily. If we start to slide, I don't believe this has an anti-skid. So again, on a jet, you've essentially got what's like ABS in your car. It'll release the brakes and then grab them constantly to stop you sliding. As soon as it feels something sliding. Don't believe the DA62 has anything like that, so if we start, obviously, you go full flat on the brakes, you're going to potentially slide a little bit, so you just got to do it manually. Shouldn't be an issue though. Be interesting. Will be an interesting landing. What time was that taken to, and when's it valid to? So time of observation was at 10 past 10 UTC, so that's 10 past 10. Greenwich Mean Time is the old-fashioned way I suppose of doing it. So it's actually been a few hours since then. So it might not even be as bad anymore. We've seen it's 5 degrees. Obviously, times have changed. It's just hasn't necessarily been updated, and this is an airport as well which gets ice all the time. They are well prepared for it. Jay seems to be the same altitude as me now, but absolutely fucking miles away. So we'll have a quick check of the fuel. So for reference, at waypoint 5, which we went past quite a while ago, we should have had... Oh, that's the wrong one. I need to bring up the right page. Waypoint 5, we should have had 11.3 gallons left, and we've still got about 18 gallons now, and we're already halfway from waypoint 5 to November Alpha, which is the airport. So we're actually doing absolutely fine on fuel, which is nice. Getting up, set it up. The autopilot won't fly the heading. Have you definitely got heading mode turned on? It could be that these do have an issue. Sometimes they do go a bit nuts. It's just another bug in the game. It's going to be a long time. It's going to be at least a year before most of the bugs have all worked out. maybe even longer than that. It's on 278, it won't come around to 275. Just bring it down a few. Set it to like 273 then. Although from where you are, you probably want to set about 270 now, I would imagine. So we start intercepting. Trying to find the runway. Yeah, I don't think I don't even know what it's going to show for you actually, because you haven't done it. You might end up literally just landing on a bit of grass next to the NDB. Radio change.
124.725 for night flight 001. Gander Center night flight 001, 17,000 feet.
Night flight 001 Gander Center continuous plan. Altimeter 29.70.
2970. Lovely. We'll set that. So we come to the barrow reference here, go up to 70, so that's put us 60 feet higher. So we're going from, so where we pass that front, is that a cold front, I believe, where the pressure is higher behind it than in front of it. So as we go further behind it, the pressure increases. It's been a long time since I've studied meteorology.
Center night flight 001, 17,000 feet.
Night flight 001 Center continue as planned. Altimeter 29.70.
Still 2970, perfect. So yeah, you'll do. This is the thing when you try and do when you learn to fly. Especially to do commercial, and you do your ATPL exams, it's mad. Like, you know, you study to become a meteorologist, you study to become a lawyer, you study to be an engineer. Like, it's crazy how much you learn just to fly a plane. You learn little bits like how each bit in the engine works. You learn all about different conventions and air law. You learn all about different meteorology and, you know, fronts and things like you know, how it all works. And it's crazy how it all comes together. Right, hopefully then. Still over the sea at the moment. Let's look at the map. We are very, very close now to being over land. If I increase it on this one, how far away till we can see land? Not far. going to be interesting. You're going to try and follow me on approach. Worst case scenario, just sort of circle above the airfield and you'll see where I land and where I park. Also, thank you guys for like sticking through this whole stream, because they are long streams. But you're keeping my average viewers on the 3 or above, so thank you. So look, what smart cam targets have we got? It's picking up other multiplayer as well, so it's picking up other people. We just can't see them, they must just be too far out. I don't know what the sort of limit is on their distance. Not long to go now though, less than an hour. We're still staying above the weather, which is nice. It's been quite nice not having ice for a change. It'd be quite nice if the rest of the flights go like this. My heading is 3 degrees out. Yeah, it's just one of these bugs, isn't it? I mean, hopefully it'll be fixed at some point in the future. So a little fact for you: the red and green lights on the wings is actually to show me who has right of way. So the aircraft on the right has right of way. So as I'm approaching Jay, he's on my right. I can see his red light on his wing, which makes me go, "Oh, he has right of way." So if we're like we are here, we're converging. I should move out of his way now. Obviously, flights we're not going to. So if he looks at me, he will see my green light on my right wing, which lets him know he has right of way. I think the same applies to boats as well. Nice, isn't it? Just, you know, it's the engine's running, chill music in the background. It's nice and relaxing. Right, fuel low. You can change fuel on the fly. You go out to the bar at the top and hit the little, what looks like a weight. You can change all your fuel and stuff and give yourself a bit more fuel. 5 gallons. Fucking hell. Still got half a tank left, more than half a tank left actually. I'm doing really well for fuel. Nice. So whilst as we're getting a bit close now, we'll go over the procedures for the airport. So this is a complete public document. Anyone can get up. It's just the AIP basically for that country. You find that that aerodrome within it. So we're going to be doing a visual approach. So we'll go worst case scenario VFR approach in the day, which it is going to be daytime when we get there. So for runway 06 and 24 we need a ceiling of 1500 feet. We checked the weather and it was about 10,000 feet, so that's fine. And we need a visibility of minimum 8,000 metres, and we've got 10 or more. So we're doing absolutely fine with that. We can legally do what their state minimum say is the minimum for a visual approach. A VFR approach, sorry, there is a difference, but so there is no I don't know where Jamie's disappeared off to, so he went for a leak and his plane's gone nuts. There is no standard arrival chart, but there are visual tracks we can follow. Again, we'll be following whatever ATC give us, so it'll be interesting to see. It does say, for aircraft not able to follow the steep approach path, recommended descent towards the runway when overhead the threshold 06 carry out a 360-degree left turn. Insert the final, as weather in this area can be observed from the airport. Turn radius should not exceed 1 nautical mile. Can only be used during daylight. Okay, well, that's fine. So we'll go and back up if ATC completely screws us over. We turned autopilot off. I was wondering where you were going. You just sort of disappeared. So let's have a look. Visual arrival is pretty much we go out, back in, and then over the other side of the river, and then descend right down. Sorry, not the river, the fjord. Knocked it up pretty well when you got up. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what ATC give us. Worst case scenario, we'll circle above the runway and descend down, which is what they recommend if you can't do the steep approach. It all depends on how low ATC give us. Again, we'll have to be a bit cautious because there's a lot of high terrain around. So if it feels that ATC is screwing us over, we'll go screw ATC, we'll follow it as the charts say. I believe we should just be coming over land as well now, which annoyingly the clouds have thickened slightly. We can't quite see. You can just see a little bit of land just poking out. You can just see the coast poking out just below the tail there through the gaps. We're nearly there. Half an hour, we should be on the ground. Look at that weather, though. Nice that we're above it for a change. So we should get the latest weather from Narswak. Narswak. Not ice. Get the land just down there. Can't imagine the land here is going to be as highly detailed as the rest of the world, but we'll see. Gonna have to use your aux fuel. I'm kind of just waiting to see your plane start to just drop out of the sky. Oh wow, the clouds that were just ahead of us have actually started to go down a bit. That's nuts. It's constantly changing around you. It's crazy seeing this weather. How it changes. Just watching it, just there, look. It's just that bit of clouds starting to disappear. Going. I'm genuinely interested. You know what? I'm going to keep the camera. Well, first things first, I'm going to check how far away we are. We are 99 miles. We've got a little while to go. Latest I want to start descending is about 30 miles. What's the weather look like over the airport on the map? Orange. That's fine. Actually, one of the better days to be doing this flight. It's a little bit bumpy at the moment. It's just the wind changing around. Right. So what we'll do. We'll go smart cam and we'll watch good old Jamie Walton over there and watch him slowly run out of fuel. See, I've got plenty of fuel left. I've got more than half a tank left. I mean, I would, you know, merely worked out how much I needed and then filled it up anyway. Because on an aircraft like this, taking extra fuel doesn't cost any extra. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. The extra weight isn't enough to increase the fuel burn en route. It's not like we're flying a big, you know, it's not like we're actually flying a 737 where, you know, we don't just fill it up because you'll be A, out of limits, and B, you know, for every bit of extra fuel you take, you increase the fuel burn. It costs to take the extra weight. But that's when we're talking about a few tons, not an extra 30, well, not even 30, but an extra 10 gallons. You turn crossfeed on. So what crossfeed will do, will basically, all crossfeed's going to do is your right engine will now be taking fuel from the left tank and your left engine will be taking fuel from the right tank. Gallons. Yeah, I don't think you're going to make it, mate. We've got 100 miles to go. I'm interested to watch your engines just conk out, though. I'm waiting to see that 17,305 start going down. Also, hi. Babimal? true, you do have 17,000 feet to glide there. Still don't think you're going to make it. I will be shocked if you make this. I've got to say. Active thermals. We're over Greenland, mate. It's all ice. Let's have a look. What's the latest weather in last one? I mean, assuming you land, you are, yeah. I mean, like, yeah. Good luck landing. There's a lot of mountains in the way. Latest weather, 080 at 19, 10k viz, view at 10,000 feet, broken at 13,000 feet, 6 degrees. Forecast is basically to stay like that most of the day. From 3 o'clock local, the wind is supposed to be dropping right down to about 5 knots, which would be nice if it does. So at the moment, what's the local time there? Yeah, so local time is pretty much 12:30. So I don't see that happening anytime soon. Actually no, sorry, what am I on about? What time is it now? It's 4 o'clock. So yeah, hopefully that wind should be starting to come down now. 25 minutes to go, come on. Sorry, I was a bit thick there. Yeah, so between now and within the next 2 hours, according to the forecast, the wind's supposed to drop down to 070 at 5 from 080 at 19 at the moment, which will make it 0.9, so it's going to be a lovely day. My heading at the moment is 271. I am being bounced around a little bit, though. Well, my airspeed's jumped up quite a lot, considering I haven't changed the throttles. We are still at 60%. My true airspeed's up to 176 now. Got a ground speed of nearly 200 knots, and that's using eco. Like, that's 60% throttle. We've actually got enough fuel. I could just put the hammer down. I'm not going to. We've still got another, well, I've got about 11 gallons left yet. 11, 12 gallons. Praying for a heavy tailwind. Well, we do have a 17 knot, well, 17 knots across, so it's, we've got at the moment about, actually, you know what, it's not far off. It's about a 15 knot tailwind at the moment. 73 miles to go. A little bit of weather ahead. Nothing to worry about. Nothing major. Be a different story maybe if we were still at 10,000 feet, which is what we've done the rest of the flights as. Reason for the 10,000 feet is, in real life, you have to use oxygen at that point. But the DA62 does have oxygen built in, and you just have to wear a little mask. And pull this lever down here. But obviously, I don't know, I've got to be completely honest, I don't know how long the oxygen will last for on a DA62. I mean, imagine with just one person in it, which is what I've got the mass balance set to. Probably fine. Let's have a look. We'll Google it. Here we go. Supplement to the airplane flight manual for a DA62, the continuous flow of oxygen system. So you either have a 77 cubic feet or a 50 cubic feet cylinder. Two gallons left. Oh mate, you're not gonna make it. So yeah, you either have a mask or cannulas. All you do is make sure you've got the pressure. Above 10,000 feet, you stick your mask on or your cannula on. Plug it into the outlet, so each seat has its own oxygen outlet, I believe. Especially for us, they're on the roof somewhere. I don't know how well this is modelled, but. And then all you do is you pull this little lever, turn the oxygen on, and away you go. So cannulas and oxysaver cannulas are certified up to 18,000 feet. Above 18,000 feet you need to use a mask. So as far as I'm aware, the cannulas are better because they're more efficient, you don't lose as much oxygen. Oh, here we go. We've got the performance here. So for one user, 18,000 feet, using standard mask or standard cannulas, 17.4 hours. Worst case scenario, if you've got 7 people on board and 20,000 feet, 2.2 hours. That's not bad, you know. That's impressive. That's if you've got the bigger tank. If you've got the smaller tank, it's 1.5 hours, worst case scenario. Those oxysaver ones are good. Just shows how much difference the oxysaver cannulas make. You've got those, where you had 2 point some hours before, worst case scenario, you got 6.9. So with an oxysaver cannula, we could do this flight, assuming we had the weight limit, with 7 people on board. We wouldn't be able to carry enough fuel to do the flight, but I'm not entirely sure how easy it is to get oxygen at different airports. It's something I've never really had to worry about. Actually, it can't be that hard. Pick up some oxygen. Not far now. Right, let's go back to watching Jamie Walton, because he's going to be at the point now where he's nearly gone, I reckon. I don't think he's got much left. 1.7. That's not too bad. It's lasting a lot longer than I thought. Oh, starting the descent.
Descend and maintain 10,000 feet, night flight 001.
I will do this from my iPad just so we can still watch Jamie. 10,000 feet. That's the point. If you've got 9 gallons in reserve, I haven't got a clue what I've got. I haven't looked. Not that we need it. I think. Again, I haven't got the full POH in front of me. As far as I'm aware, you turn these aux pumps on here. I mean, how interest, what have I got? Yeah, because my aux tanks are still full. So, yeah, I think you just turn those on. So if I do that now. Oh, I don't know if you can. You can. There you go. Fair enough. I didn't think you could do it. That should give me a little warning saying, yeah, aux pumps on. What I will do, I will bring up the POH and I'll read out exactly how to do that. Let's bring the flight manual up. Here we go. Transfer. Use of auxiliary fuel tanks. To transfer the first half of the auxiliary fuel, as soon as the fuel quantity in each main tank is 15 gallons or less. Whoops. Okay, we left that a little bit late. That's fine. Set both aux pump switches on until the main tanks are full again. Monitor the fuel quantity indicator to verify the fuel is properly transferred to both main fuel tanks. If the fuel quantity in the main tank does not increase during the fuel transfer, proceed to fuel transfer fail. To transfer the second half, repeat the procedure. So what you do is wait till it gets below 15 gallons in each tank, turn them on, wait till it's full, knock them off. When it gets below 15 again, turn them on, they fill up, knock them off again. And now we know. Right, we're getting a little bit of icing as we come through this cloud, so we're going to set straight to high. That's immediately clearing off the windscreen. We can knock that back down to normal, actually. It's nowhere near as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Descend and maintain 8,500 feet. Expect vectors, visual runway 24 approach.
8,500 feet. I don't want 24.
Stand by night flight 001.
I want runway 6.
Night flight 001, roger.
So I'm not going to descend to 8,500 yet. Oh, why are you trying to stand by?
001, roger.
I'm going to go back up to 60% now. Right, what I'm going to do, I've told her to stand by. We want visual runway 6. Request approach.
Night flight 001 would like visual runway 6 approach.
Night flight 001, you are 43 miles northeast. Descend and maintain 8,500 feet. Expect vectors, visual runway 6 approach. Circle to land runway 24.
I don't want to circle to land either. I want to
Stand by
land
night flight
on
001.
runway 2. I want to land on runway 6.
Roger.
I hate the ATC in this. Like, why is it getting me to land on 2.4 when potentially we're going to have a 90 knot tailwind? You know what I mean? Like,
Descend and maintain
We'll go for that. When we get a little bit closer, I'll just say now on runway 06, or we'll just land on runway 06. So we can descend and maintain 8,500 feet now. So we'll set, and we'll just start descending down. I'm not sure how much I trust 8,500 feet, if I'm being honest with you. That looks like it's going to get us quite low. I don't know if I like being that low to the these hills. We'll turn the de-icing up to high as well. In fact, I'll turn it to maximum for a couple of minutes just to get rid of what we've got there. So according to the charts, let's have a look at around the airport. What's the highest land we've got? 7,911. How far was that within? How far away from the airport is that? That's within... Is it 20,000 meters? So that's up to 55 kilometers away. So that's basically the land that we're going over now, isn't it? Goes up to a maximum of 7,911. According to the charts. I don't know how much I trust the game to be accurate here. Who's that we can see in the distance? Is that another player? That's still Colonel Walton. He's still going. He's got ahead of me. He's fucking got ahead of me. How's he done that? Someone's got the hammer down. Right, let's go for the descent checklist whilst we're on our way. So the descent checklist then, we have landing data we've received, altimeters are both set, comm, nav and FMS are set as much as they can be. We have got that ADF now as well, that's coming in. See the blue arrow just behind? So that's pointing now straight at the airport for us. So we know we're going to dead straight line to the airport, which is what we kind of expected. Safety harness is fastened, adjustable backrest upright, parking brake is released, rudder trim is required, it is. Gear warning lights we can't test, the landing light we can put on, and we can switch these fuel pumps on. All of the beans. He's fucking going for it. Like, I mean, I've got enough fuel. We could do it, but unfortunately, the only reason I'm being a bit cautious with the fuel still is mainly for the fact that if we don't manage to land there and we have to divert, which I'm not planning on, but you never know, when Jamie inevitably crashes into the ground. Yeah, the nearest airport's quite far away actually from here. I do not like how low we are either. That is kind of not... That's kind of eerie. I mean, we're fine. We're above everything. Once we go over this hill, it's fine. But, yeah. Oh, thanks, man. You see, you guys are keeping me above my average of 3 viewers. I've had less viewers than normal in this one. This is the one that's had the best views. People prefer me just being in cloud, apparently. But considering there is only like 300 people watching Microsoft Flight Simulator at all, yeah, the graphics aren't quite as good here, are they? They haven't got the greatest of imagery from this area to use. Still looks pretty good. No doubt about it. But it does also look a little bit like a PlayStation 2 game. With the sharp edges. I am a real-life 737 pilot, yeah. Like the 737-800. I'll say I do. I've been furloughed for a long time now, but if it wasn't for COVID, I would normally be a bit busier. This is me making the most of the fact that I'm on furlough. Yeah, it's not great. There's a lot of bugs for Microsoft, like for I suppose a Sobo to fix in this. I mean, even just things like the heading bug. If you sync the heading bug, it's 2 or 3 degrees off all of a sudden. It was fine at the start of the flight. Now, normally you could say, well, that's down to, you know, the drift from this being off. But if you compare it to the north, you know, so according to that, we're heading exactly west, and our heading is 270. So they are perfectly in sync. So there's no reason that syncing the heading is so far out. I've had it now, it's been nearly 180 degrees out. Behind me now. Oh yeah, you've got to stay behind me because you don't have the airport installed. So you can't see the airport. I have no idea even if I'm going to be able to see it properly, to be honest. I have no idea what this is going to look like. This is a community-made airport because it, for some reason, doesn't exist in the game already. I'm trying to work out what we're over. Is that supposed to be ice that we're flying over? Like, I assume on the map it is water, and I think it's supposed to be ice. It just looks very much like a really shitty PlayStation 2 game. If I do that and look like that, it looks incredible. If I look at that angle. Or even over there, looking over the hills and stuff. If you ignore it, it looks good. Last time I played, I sometimes lost control of the throttle. Yeah, that's not ideal, that. Yeah, but it'd be really good, though, because Solar Rocket's got it as well. We did it last night with the 3 of us on. We'll have to do a stream where we do like a bush flight or something. We seem to have managed, I think, to fix the issues with multiplayer where we wouldn't show up to each other. I think what you have to do is manually, don't leave the server selection on auto. Manually choose the server, and then you have to be in a group. And then it seems to work okay. Right, we're not far at all now from the airport. We are 13 miles out. 13 miles, and we've got, well, 8,000 feet to lose. In fact, is that the runway down there? I can see. I think it might be, you know. Right, what I'm going to do, because I don't like the... oh yeah, sure, go ahead. Is there an indication for top of descent? Yeah, we literally have a little thing that says TD, just to let us know where it is. And the autopilot, so 5 miles before on the FMC, you'll get a little warning coming up saying to check the altitude. Just to literally go, oh crap, I haven't asked for a descent yet. Right, I'm going to cancel the IFR, and we're going to go like completely VFR here, because I don't like how they've done this.
Night flight 001 IFR flight plan is cancelled. Radar service terminated. Squawk 7000. Maintain VFR.
7000.
Approved.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Let's connect to the airport, tune to the tower, request a full stop landing. And I'm going to start descending down.
Night flight 001 tower. Fly straight in runway 24. Altimeter 29.65, wind 106 at tree 2.
I don't want to.
Straight in runway 24, night flight 001.
106. I don't want 24. Why would I want 24? I'd have another 30 knot bloody...
Tower night flight 001.
Right, we're going to cancel the landing, and what we're going to do is we're just not going to talk to them. We're going to do it our own way. Screw them. We don't need them. So let's have a look. According to the charts, I'm going to get the chart up now in the background, so I can see what I'm doing. Once we go over this water, we're actually, like the other side of the airport, we're absolutely fine for altitude. The biggest thing around there is like 1,000 feet or something. So the way it does it, it says to do it, is either go straight out, you turn around and do quite a steep approach in, or you do a left-hand sort of holding pattern above the runway within 1 mile. So we're going to go in now into heading mode. We're going to go a few degrees out this way. Not too much, because there are a few tall hills over this side. Oh my god, stop zooming in. What are you doing? The tallest being... I can't really tell. Most of the tall stuff's on the left. 3,000 feet is the highest, and we're going down to 3.5, so I'm keeping us well above it. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go out, up here, over to that bit of flat land over there, round, and then we'll go visually in. And we'll go down to about 2,000 feet now, because I'm happy we're going to clear this little bit of land here. Essentially flying a bit of like a standard track, standard pattern, standard circuit. Sorry, is what I'm going for. That's what I was trying to go for at this point. I'm just guessing at this point. There we go. We're sort of paralleling the runway now. Trying to keep it nice and tight. Still very high, but that's not too much of an issue. And what we'll do, we'll get the gear down now. That'll increase our drag a little bit. Staying away from this high land, high level stuff here. Go down to about 1,200 feet now. It should be about 1,000 feet above it. Ease off a little bit on that descent. Don't want to be just screaming down. Right. Let's get rid of the autopilot and let's go. Let's do this manually. So we engage the first stage of flaps. So brakes, fine. Undercarriage is down. A little bit bumpy. Even on where the airport is. We're still a little bit high. Cruise liner or something out there. Still a bit high, no issue though. Get the last stage of flaps in. A little bit of power. Keep it around 90 knots. There we go, look, we're on the track. A little bit low now, let's just pull it back in a little bit. A little bit of power. Rest that rate of descent, get back on the glide path, there we go. There's Jamie Walton going in for his landing. A little bit high, bring the power back a bit. Low. My fault there. Oh God, what is going on? That wind. Fuck you now. Rest that rate of descent a little bit. Lovely. Lovely and smooth, that. This thing really pulls to the right when you're on the ground. Like, I've got full left rudder now just to try and bring it back. You did alright, you're not too far off. Right, see if we could talk to the, talk to ATC. Taxi to parking.
Ground night flight 001, request taxi to parking.
Night flight 001 taxi to general aviation parking via taxiway cross runway 24.
Taxiing to general aviation parking via taxiway cross runway 24, night flight 001.
Nah, it was a little bit sloppy. Not 100% happy with that, but it'll do. So we'll wait her off the runway and then we'll do the after landing check. Yeah, so Jamie can't see this airport because he doesn't have this airport downloaded. It's for some reason it's not automatically in the game. So I've had to download a community mod to get this. Right, alternate air, closed, pitot heat off, flaps up. Anti-ice off. Oh, no, not back on. Oh, this is such a bugger to use. It really is. There we go. All fuel pumps off. I've just come to a stop for a second just to be out of the way. Landing light can go off, actually. It doesn't really need to be on. It's not that dark. Right, let's go park. Come on. I don't understand why. Like, this is another thing that's wrong with this aircraft in the game, is that I'm up to 40% power. And we're only just 60% there to actually break free. They've got the friction set too high or something. Right, where's me man? Oh, he wants us to come in that way. That's fine. I see him. Oh, a little bit more. Stop. There we go. Parking brake on. So we just got a warning here, which is just the pitot heats off. Nothing else on there, lovely. Parking brake set. Power levers 10% for 1 minute, which they already have been, but not going to be anyway. BLT is not activated. Check all the T's and P's are in the green, which they are. Avionic master off. Electrical consumers except for strobe. It's just the position lights, they can go off. Engine masters. Turn engine master 1 off. Wait for it to come to a stop. Which it is. Number 2 off. And there we go. Flight complete. Every time you hear night flight, you're like, hey, that's me. Yeah, a little bit. So yeah, thank you very much all for watching. So that is, we're almost there, actually. We're not too far off now. So we've done Gloucester to Glasgow. Was it Glasgow? It wasn't Glasgow, was it? I can't bloody remember where it was now, the first one. It was Prestwick. Of course it was. So we've done Glasgow to Prestwick. We've done Prestwick to Keflavik, which was a bloody long flight. We've done Keflavik now to Narsewak in Greenland. And finally, we've got all we got now is Greenland over to Goose Bay in Canada, and from there we're in America somewhat, on the continent of America. So from Goose Bay, it's just straight down the coast, really, down to Maine, more than likely. Stop off there for fuel, and then down to JFK Airport in New York. So I hope you all enjoyed the flight. I hope you potentially all learnt something from there. I don't know. If you did, well done. Not sure. Jamie made it without running out of fuel somehow. Not too sure exactly when the next one's going to be, as obviously it's all live weather and that, so I do try and keep an eye on the weather. I was going to do this yesterday, but the weather was fucking terrible. So it's a little bit nicer today. So yeah, hopefully in the next few days we'll be able to get on it and get over to Canada. And when we're in Canada, that's kind of it, isn't it? That's kind of the worst of it done. It's all over land from then. We'll actually have some views and shit. So, yep, thank you all for watching. See you all next time.